welcome back to another stream. I haven't streamed Python in a while, so I'm excited to do another one of these. Hey Richard V. Hey Bob Iron Dice, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. How's everything going? So, so I'm gonna jump right in, as I usually do. This repo that we created last week, we kind of planned out in application live last week, so you can take a look at that old or the week-old live stream here on Twitch. But I'm going to paste the link in the chat. That's basically all the planning. It's contained in the README here. So I have the requirements listed out, what the app can do. It's a poll app that you can use with streams or during streams. And that's the intention. I guess you could do it in your Discord server, or you could use it. It's an API, so you could use it in various ways, however you want to use live polling, basically. Hi, Ernestu. How are you? And here's the schema that we planned out. And then, of course, from the schema, we designed the API. And then we got through all of these basically except the last checkbox, which dark mode checkboxes on GitHub are kind of weird. They're really hard to see. So like someone pointed out before, it just looks disabled. But these checkboxes, actually the first four are checked, and then we didn't get to choosing technologies, but we kind of did that asynchronously since last stream. So we're actually going to be building this in FastAPI with Postgres as the database. Now, I've never used FastAPI. I just quickly went through the documentation earlier. Hey Deepak J, how are you doing? So I want to, try this framework out. It pretty much feels like Flask, but a more modern version, and it is asynchronous and has data type support, which I'm really excited about. So yeah, let me dive into it. I'm going to go to the user tutorial first. And it basically, oh wait, I have to click on intro first steps. Here we go. So unlike Django, it doesn't have a server built into it, but it recommends you use another lightweight server. So I'm just going to get that real quick because I don't have one on this computer, I don't think. But yeah, so I'm in FastAPI here, and I'm going to make a directory for our app. As far as I know, there's no official generator from this, and since this is my first FastAPI app, I'd rather build it from scratch to get to know what it's doing. Okay, so make directory. Let's call this, let's see, Python polls. Python polls. CD. Okay, and now let me open this in VS Code. All right, nothing in here. So now I guess I can just main app. Yeah, let me make just a main app file now. So, well, first of all, let me make a virtual environment before I accidentally do something. Oh, I have to create it first. So let me look at the version 3.9. Okay, so python-m venv. It takes a second. And then I can get into my virtual environment, source venv. Okay, now I'm in my virtual environment. I can see my virtual environment here. So now I want to create an app file. And I guess I could do this over in VS Code, might be easier. Inside my app file, I can paste the code that I just have a little bit of a lag on my computer. We found Python environment. Do you want to select it? features for this extension. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. So I have one, and this pretty much feels like Flask instead of app.route or whatever. You have app.get. But like I said, this is an asynchronous by default framework. So I think that's interesting because usually I do a lot of asynchronous stuff in JavaScript and not really in Python. Well, because I mostly do Django and Python now anyway. So I think this will be a really interesting test for async Python. Okay, so I'm starting my app, setting a route. Now I should be able to run this with a server. Now it recommends UVcorn here, so I have to install that. I'm pretty sure I don't have it. Let me look at it. Lightning fast ASGI server implementation. Yeah, pip install UVcorn. So I guess I could install this. Yeah. Let me actually install this outside of this application. Also, I really want to use poetry inside of this application. So first let me go back into my app. Now I should be able to do, I'm going to install poetry in a second, but, oh wait, UV, oh, I'm spelling this wrong. Let me just copy it. UVcorn, okay. UVcorn, and then gives me instructions here to run the app file and make it automatically reload with changes. Could not import module main. Let's see. Oh, main. Yeah, I need a main.py file. Okay, let me rename this then. See if that works. No module. Oh, I have to install FastAPI. That's right. Okay, so this is where poetry comes in. So if you don't know, poetry is basically a replacement, and I would say an upgrade for pip. So you can manage, oops, why did I just type in poetry as if everyone on the internet's a developer? Okay. It showed me actual poetry. All right, so this is basically for managing dependencies. Instead of doing pip.freeze, it automatically gives you a list of the dependencies in the standard toml file, and it also gives you a lock file to lock in the versions of the dependencies. And it does a whole bunch of other stuff too. So let's see. I guess I already have poetry installed on my computer, so I can just check the version. Okay, so I'll just use poetry, and then I believe, let me look at the commands. I believe it's poetry init. Okay, poetry can create a whole new folder structure for me. Okay, here it is. Poetry init will ask me some basic questions, so let me run that. Python polls version description. All right. License. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll come back to that. Wonder why they don't have a default. Compatible Python versions, yeah, 3.9 plus. Would you like to define your main dependencies? No. I'll just install them myself. Do I confirm generation? Yes. Okay. So now poetry set up this pyproject.toml file for me, and you can see the only dependency right now is Python and no dev dependencies. And I'm about to add my first dependency with poetry add. And then, let's see. Yeah, FastAPI. Okay. All right, so that's installing. Its dependencies fully fed. Oh, okay. That's really good, Jared. Were you thinking about that since I pulled up the poetry website? Okay. Ardente, FastAPI. All right. So now FastAPI is added to my dependencies here, and it also created this lock file, FastAPI plus anything that it depends on. All right. So now let me try to run this app. Okay, no module named FastAPI. Okay, I'm in my virtual environment. So why is it saying there's no module FastAPI? See, I have FastAPI. Python types, language, FastAPI. Documentation. Yeah, this is the same thing. Okay, opinions, installation. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Example. That's with typings from FastAPI. Import FastAPI. All right. Does anyone know what I'm doing wrong here? Let me go to my main.py. All I'm trying to do is import FastAPI. And it's saying it can't find the module. So, let me look in my virtual environment here. So if I have, let's see, lib, okay, FastAPI. Yeah, I have FastAPI here. So I don't know why it's not finding it. Let's see. Do I have to? Yeah, that's in the normal spot. So, let me look at poetry because I can tell it where my default virtual environment is. So, okay. Command. So this is what creates a virtual environment for poetry. But if I want to, whenever I try a new framework, I always hope it just works, but it never seems to just work. All right, poetry export. There should be a, hey Seeker, how are you? I'm trying to figure out why poetry doesn't work. Not that it doesn't work, but why it can't find a package that I installed. So I'm in my correct virtual environment. I checked that the package is installed in here. So FastAPI is installed. Oh no, you're going to the moon? Are you on the GME rocket? Oh no. It spiked again, I saw it. That's funny. Okay, anyway, total distraction. You bought in at 90. Okay, so there's a way, so what I'm trying to do here, there's a way to turn off a virtual environment here. So let me just look using your virtual environment. Virtual environment within your project directory, activating your virtual environment. Okay, so this is a file. It's not financial advice. Don't worry, I'm not getting involved. I do like a lot of the artwork and memes and stuff produced by them. It's kind of cool. Updating your dependencies, installing dependencies only. Yeah, let me look through Python poetry. Turn off virtual environment. Not what I want. No. All right, let me ask Google. Memes are gold. Diamond hands. All right. Configuration. Yeah, why can't I find it? I always, if you want to disable the explicitly activated virtual environment. Here we go. Here it is. If you want to disable the explicitly activated virtual environment, you can use a special system Python version to retrieve the default behavior. Use system. Okay. Poetry env use system. Okay. That's exactly what I want. And I think that I thought that set an option here, but I guess it's just in the poetry settings. Okay, let me try running my app again. Nope. Yeah, no module named FastAPI. Let me try deactivating my virtual environment and then getting back into it. Nope. Oh, it's a Python stream. Yeah, it is. Python, yeah, Python's a lot of fun, but not right now because it's not working. All right, so why, I mean, I'm just gonna search unless someone has an idea why it's suddenly doing this. Why is there no module named FastAPI? Go to Python shell and try to, all right. Let me clear this first. Python import FastAPI. Okay. It seemed to import that. Yep, it seems to work just fine. So let me just recreate this in the shell. Well, I guess I can't do the server, but yeah, all of this works fine in the shell. So now we know it's a server, that something. All right, so, oops. All right, so now we know, yeah, good call. What was it, Uvenaver? I can't even remember the name of it. Uvicorn. Maybe I have to set something. I should read the documentation. I just thought it was going to work out of the box. Okay. Okay, I installed with minimal pure Python dependencies. Oh well, I already installed the regular one, so that's fine. Create an application in example.py. Run the application. I wonder if I can go to their GitHub if someone just has an easy material docs. Where is, here we go. All right, so I'm on the Unicorn docs, and I'm gonna look through the issues and see if anyone else has this. I guess I'll just search for module not found error. Doesn't work. Okay, this has got to be a closed issue because this is such a simple thing. Issue using Unicorn. Let me try it without the reload flag. Are you using the new MacBook Pro? No, I am not. I have a new one for work, but I don't use that for streaming. Yeah, it doesn't matter with the reload or not with the reload. All right, so let's try this. Just a plain no module. Default is WebSockets. Okay, so that was an actual, some kind of type of actual bug. Which framework? It's FastAPI. It's a bit like an asynchronous Flask feeling with types, but I haven't gotten that far into it yet, so I can't give a full overview of what it's like. Yeah, I've been wanting to try FastAPI for a long time. Let's see, but right click, Unicorn main app, module not found. I think this is probably what I'm seeing. But you're already in the REST API directory. Oh yeah, because I'm running this though. I'm running app inside of here, so that's what I should be doing. Oh, you're new with Python? Yeah, I worked a little while in Java. It was a lot harder than Python. Stack Overflow. Discret sent me a Stack Overflow. Let me see what this is. FastAPI throws an error loading ASGI app could not import module API. Okay. Add the directory name in front of your file name, CD into that directory. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I solved it by adding the package name before main. I created a file without the py extension. Nope. That's weird. All right. Because you're not in the same folder. Am I crazy? Oh, wait. No, I am in the same folder. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Tubeworm. Can't pronounce the first part. We're working on FastAPI to build this application. So I usually use Django, and I've actually never really built anything with asynchronous Python at all. So I thought I'd start with this framework, but it seems like I'm having problems with Unicorn. Now I know there are some other servers. I don't have to use Uvicorn. So if I can't get Uvicorn working, then I think I am just going to, because this error, yeah, this error isn't the same thing. And then this is basically someone needed to cd into the directory, but I'm already in this directory. I mean, I can try from this terminal. I don't see why it would be any different. All right, that takes a second to load. What's the error? Sure, so this is the error. It basically can't find the FastAPI module, which I installed with Poetry. Here's FastAPI. So it should be able to find it. All right, so here, yeah, I don't know why I thought that would be any different in this terminal. Someone said it worked with PyCharm, but not with the terminal. So, okay, so this question, thanks. I don't think this is exactly the thing that I'm doing wrong. Is Uvicorn in Poetry too? Is it in Poetry? I don't think so. Oh yeah, Python. Oh, hey, Tall Guy Jinx, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. 4 months. That's awesome. All right. If you don't know that character that shows up on the sub, that's my favorite game character from when I was a teenager. It's from the Earthbound RPG, which is just a really well-designed game. All right, Poetry, add pendulum. All the tools you might need. Okay. Does Poetry have a server? I always use Poetry with Django, so I have never used anything because I just use manage.py for everything. Let's see. Oops. Server, no. They have a run command, but that's not exactly to just run the app. Here's new. Let me look for run. There we go. Executes the given command inside the project's virtual environment. PyProject.toml. Yeah. I think I'm going to use an alternative to Uvicorn. I installed it globally. Should I install it as a... That might be a good idea, actually. Let me just try it and see. Uvicorn. Okay. It's not an issue with Uvicorn, though. So FastAPI imports without it. Yeah. Okay. So I have it installed. I have the package installed, so it's not a problem with that. But when I tried to run the server, Poetry run, Uvicorn. Okay, let me try it with Poetry. Uvicorn main app. Ah, all right. Thank you, Tuber. You're awesome. Okay, so now I have the server running at port 8000. So I guess it couldn't, yeah, I guess it wasn't pointing to the dependency correctly or something. That's weird. Okay, so, yep, I got my JSON back. Another nice thing that I noticed just from like browsing through FastAPI is that it seems like I don't have to write all kinds of serializer madness. Like it takes care of a lot of things for me. Yeah, so let me start to build this out. So I'm working in this Python polls. Is poetry like NPM? It's like, yeah, it's like NPM with more features. Or I guess, I mean, NPM has a lock file. This is pyproject.toml is a standard file. So a lot of tools use this, like Black, and I do my Flake 8 configuration in here, and a whole bunch of other stuff uses this because this is just a Python standard file. So I guess it is kind of like NPM, which creates the package.json for JavaScript. All right, so let me see. I spent like, 30 minutes just setting this up. So I have the requirements for this app. They have to create a poll and do all these other things. Let me start to create the schema with the API. And on the most basic level, I need to create user because some of these other fields depend on user, like created by, for poll is a foreign key to the user. So Rust uses Toml too. Oh, cool. Yeah, Rust has a lot of good things going for it. Let's see, polls, get the list of polls, users. All right, so let me create like users and polls endpoints and then see how I go from there. Now I don't have a database initially, so I'm gonna have to either set up a database or do a mock database or something. Okay, so, or let me set up these endpoints first. I have this app.get, which I guess I can just use that as some kind of just default endpoint. And then, let me see. I'm gonna do, what do I want here? Polls / polls, and then users. And then this will have polls, and this will have users. Now initially I won't allow, or eventually I won't allow get on all users, but for right now, yeah, I'll just keep that. So let me look now. Oh, do I have refresh? Yeah, it's running. Oh, I think poetry is poetry restarting it? I have to see. Or maybe poetry just runs, but it's not actually refreshing my server. Yeah, okay. So I need to rerun this. So let me run it with the flag. What was the flag for this? Unicorn flag. Oh, it was reload, right? Reload. Reload. Thanks. All right, so now it should reload when I make changes. I have polls and I have users, and oh yeah, this still says polls. Okay. Let me see if that refreshed. Yeah, it did. Now my server's refreshing. Yeah, logging looks nice. Okay, so now I have those. Now I need to be creating a list of polls and be able to create new users. Oh, also something I saw when I was looking in the FastAPI, they have something like, yes, they have Swagger set up just out of the box by default, and they also have another one. Was it called Redox? Redoc, that was it. This is so cool that you don't even have to set it up for yourself. It gives you 2 types of API documentation just out of the box. That's awesome. I don't think this will ever be a replacement for Django for me, but I can definitely see this like moving forward. I probably, unfortunately, won't be using Flask anymore with how this is looking. Yeah, it is nice. Okay, so where would I get database? I also really like the types that it has built-in types, Python types. User guide, concurrency. I guess I can search here. Let me see, Postgres. Full stack FastAPI Postgres SQL. Oh, so it actually has a sample. So I probably shouldn't set up Postgres yet. Oh, view front end. Very good decision. That's awesome. Oh, and there's another one, full stack with CouchDB. MongoDB coming soon. Machine learning models. This is awesome. So it seems like their main example is with Postgres, which is good. Here's their example for Postgres. Yes, I agree. Swagger. Yeah, I've set up Swagger so many times in so many different things. So it's really nice to have it. Django, it wasn't actually hard to set up. I just had to, only thing I had to go back and fix was that it was showing up after I deployed it. So I had to change the URLs around a little bit. But yeah, overall it was pretty easy. But this is definitely nicer to set it up for me. So let me go back to Swagger. I can see I can make GET requests to these. So I could create a list of users and polls. I kind of want to make CRUD operations. So users is the easiest one. Like I said, it's just these four. So, okay. So I'm going to create users with these four elements and then create. Why is this? Should be created at? Yeah, I think that's just a typo. Okay, so I need username and email. I need to be able to post that information. So let me see. Path parameters, body. How do I handle post requests? Okay, first steps. There's a get. I guess I'll do app.post to handle a post. Let me see, post. You can also use other operations. Let me search for it. Post. Validation state request.body. Item. Here we go. Post, so I can do a function like create item or something. And so here, let me do it for users down here first. I'll have to plan out file structure for this. Users, do I need a trailing / for post? I'll leave it there for a second. So create user. Okay, so it created a type of item already. So let me create a user type. That'll be good. DB. So this is user. And user, I'll just return user for now instead of doing anything with it. So let me create a type of user here. So it creates a class item. You import base model from Pydantic. So let me do that. and class user, and then that extends from base model, and then I just set fields. Okay, this is nice. Name, string, price flow. Okay, so I'll do username. I'll probably make a special type for email later, I guess, for validation. But for right now, I'll just call that a string 2. All right. So there's my user model. And now if I post to users, it won't create anything, but it'll return the user that I post anyway. All right, let me try this out. Yay, I have post. All right, and it should, if I try it out, it should give me a field. Okay, so username, Gwen, email gwen@example.com. Hi Arnuk, thanks for the follow. Okay, so it posted, and I get the response back, which is just exactly what I passed in. Cool. So that works. I wonder what happens if I send in something that's invalid. I guess it'll automatically validate for me. Oh, it sends it as a string. That's right. What if I do, what are the other types I can use? Float. Let me try, just for trial, let me try putting a float there and then not giving it a float. Unprocessable entity. Okay, good. So it gives me an error message, value is not a float, must be a float. All right, so change it back to string, and this should work. Yep. Okay. Cool. I'm really liking FastAPI. This is nice. All right, so I can get, this is just a test route, and then I have users polls. Let me create a poll type in that case. Poll from base model. And what's on poll? I need to add created at and updated at some point. So I need title. I need the user, which is a foreign key. So let me do this. Okay, and now here, this will be class poll. Oh, did I already did that here. Okay, never mind. There we go. So I have poll already, and I can do title. This will be string, and type choice field. So yeah, I don't know how to do that yet. So let me just put it as a string here. I wonder if it doesn't want me to use type, even though that's just an attribute of poll. I'll see if it complains about that. And then these are 2 booleans. So, oops. Boolean and is voting active. Okay, so, and then I have created at, updated at, the date time fields that I have to figure out. So, bool and bool. Okay. That looks like it will work. Of course, I don't have to do migrations if I change any of these because I don't have a database. It's just a really simple 50-line file, including all of the comments that I have. Okay, so now I have this, and this one's going to be posting to polls, and this will create poll, and then I have a poll type. So poll, and then return poll. All right. So let me see what that looks like. Yep, and I have create poll. Gives me an example schema there. And let's see. Title, new poll, type. What were my types? Text. Yeah, just text. Is add choice active? Is voting active? Sure. Or those should actually default to false, but okay, so that returns. So basically I have my routes set up. So the next step would be to probably add, let's see, I could probably update these fields a little bit, like add the created at, updated at, and then also created by, which I wonder if I set created by here, created by to be, can I set that to be a type? Could I set that to be type user? And that would be a foreign key relationship. Optional. Okay, you can set things as optional. Optional string. They're optional, declared as a parameter. All right. So that shows how to do the walkthrough. By the way, this is the, hey Eddie, how are you? I'm trying out FastAPI for the first time. It's a Python API framework. It's really nice. It's asynchronous by default. And yeah, so far I have like 56 lines of code in my main.py file. That's as far as I've gotten in this application. And I have some basic CRUD operations that don't really do CRUD yet. They're just mocked, like get and post. And then it's nice, by default it supports types. Yeah, using this nice syntax. So let's see, created by user. I'm trying to make a foreign key to user, and I don't know the syntax, but I'm just guessing that that might be the syntax. But let me search for foreign key. Nope. FK? Nope. Not there. Let's see. Foreign key. Create a relationship. Oh, is it recommending Sql Alchemy for ORM? I wonder what their Postgres, this is their Postgres example that they have for FastAPI. Yeah, and I'm wondering if they have, let's see, I guess I could just search for it in here, Sql Alchemy. Yep, they use Sql Alchemy. All right, I haven't used it in a while. I'll have to pick that back up again for this project. So let me go ahead and update, because my last, in all my planning to-dos, choose technologies is my last check mark, but now I've pretty much chosen them, so I'm just going to add that here. So requirements in my README file, let me zoom in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and X this out. And maybe put requirements and then technologies, I think. Yeah, that would go here. So I'll type out technologies, and this will be FastAPI. Well, first, Python 3.9 plus, and then poetry, then FastAPI, Postgres, and Sql Alchemy. You have client calls. All right, Eddie. It was good to see you. Have a good day. We'll have to catch up sometime. If you don't know, Eddie was on my YouTube channel before. So his name's Eddie Jayoud. I don't have a shout out thing or anything here, but yeah, you can go check out my YouTube channel or his YouTube channel and find him there. He does a lot of open source too. In fact, he's probably like the open source promoter online. All right, so those are pretty much the technologies. I can't think of anything else right now. I guess I'm using Uvicorn. I'm not really tied to it yet, but it's working anyway, so that's good. Yeah, let me make a section for local development, actually. That's kind of important. How to get running locally. Let's see. This should be ordered. So clone this repo. I don't know if I need it. And cd into repo folder directory. Okay. So once you clone it, create a virtual environment, and this will be python-m venv. Actually, first, no, after clone this repo, actually, check your Python version, because it should be at least 3.9. Use pyenv to install and switch to 3.9 plus. Okay. Basically. All right, so it's pretty much the steps. Make sure you're using at least 3.9 just in case. Okay, and then run. Oh, they'll need to install poetry. That's kind of a dependency for using this. Okay. Make sure poetry is installed. So I guess I should be kind and link to the poetry documentation. Let's see, Python poetry documentation. There we go. So I'll link from the word poetry. There we go. Create a virtual environment. Install dependencies. I wrote all of this out because I didn't want to forget to write the command to just run the server over here. So okay, install dependencies. This will be with poetry install, and then run the server which is that's the unicorn thing. Okay, unicorn. No. That would be with poetry run. Yeah. Okay. And then access app at access swagger at. There we go. All right, steps for local development done. All right. That looks good. Technologies, local development. That's awesome. By the way, this repo here, Python polls, this is where I will be also pushing the code. And then I'm also going to, after this stream, I'm going to create a project board here so I can start having tasks for all the things that I need to do in the future. In the next stream, I'm going to set up the Postgres database so I can perform real CRUD operations here. And then also I'm going to have to work on automatically creating these data types. And then of course the foreign key relationship here. Don't even know if that works. I guess I could try that out real quick. Let me try that out. Run the app again and refresh this. Okay, polls. Okay, created by, instead of an ID, this is the whole user object. Not what I want, not at all. Let's see. In that case, I have to do, it's going to be an auto incrementing number. For ID, so I guess I'll just put, can I put int? Yeah. Okay, created by will be an int, and then I'll have to do some custom validation for that in that case. So now if I look here, yeah, created by the integer of the user, and then I'm gonna have to look up the user basically. All right, that's not bad. And then I'd need, let me go ahead and do the dates real quick. And then I think that's gonna be all. So created at and updated at. Let me try this. This is fun. I'm really liking this. Okay, so in Python, let's see. I need a date. So I need to import, why can't I think? Time. Okay, Python get current timestamp. And I wonder if I can, I guess in here I can't really set that. I'm going to have to, when they post, I'm going to have to set that automatically with the current timestamp. So I don't even know if I want it on the type here. So let's see. If I, let me go back. Yeah, here's the body. Let me see, date. Validate, update. Okay, not what I want. Let's try for date. Other data types. Datetime dot date. String format. Datetime dot time. Time delta. Let's see. Yeah, I want this. Datetime dot datetime. So I can do. This should be the first import. So import datetime, and then I can do, these will be type, datetime.datetime. But then I have to shoot these in through the API. And let me just see what this comes out to be. Created at, updated at. Yeah, I don't want this in the types here, because you know those are going to be automatically created by me or by the backend code here. I'm not passing those into the API. Okay. Everything, actually even this created at, I'm going to be doing that automatically with based off of the user that's currently logged in, once I set up auth and stuff. All right, so I guess that's all for right now. Let me try to push this code first. I did accidentally, oh no, I didn't start a new Git history here, so that's good. I didn't start one locally. So I can just grab a link to this. All right. So how do you all like FastAPI? I know there were a couple FastAPI fans in the chat earlier. Okay, so let me see. Git, I don't want to init. I guess, can I do git pull? No, I can't. So I'm not in a Git directory, and I don't want to do git init because that'll create a new, awesome. Yeah, I think the same thing. That'll create a new Git history locally. So I'm just so used to doing Git. I've already created my local folders, but I want to pull, all that's in here online is just the README. So, and I can't do Git remote because there's no Git in here. So, can I do Git clone? And then clone into the current directory? Already exists and is not an empty directory. But I liked Django too much to switch. I don't think it's about switching, because I don't think I would build the same things in Django as I would with this. Like, for example, Flask is like a lightweight tool that to create, where I can just create little APIs really quickly that I feel like Django would be overkill for. But I feel like I could use this instead of Flask. I guess there is some overlap, but if I want the admin interface, the ORM already set up all that stuff, yeah, I'd definitely pick Django. Okay, yeah, how do I guess I'm gonna have to look it up. So how to pull Git directory into local folder. I guess a not empty folder. Okay. Let's see. But I can't use Git commands. I wonder if I can do Git pull. Yeah, it's not a Git repository. So, and I could merge unrelated histories, but then I think I would overwrite something. Yeah, does anybody know how to do this? Maybe I'll just create a new Git history, push into a different branch, and then just merge unrelated histories. All right, it's too bad Eddie isn't here still. Let's see. I shouldn't use the word pull because that's like a specific Git word. Merge GitHub repo with local directory. Merge. Okay, yeah. I guess this is the closest thing. I'd clone the Git repo into another folder, then move my local files into that cloned folder. Yeah, I think that would be easiest because I don't really have anything in here. Let me try that. I have a cheat. Okay, let me go up. I can, otherwise I'm going to be spending too long, and I have like 7 minutes to get back to work. All right, so git clone this. Oh, it already exists. So let me rename Python polls to Python polls old. It won't let me, like it wouldn't let me do git remote because it's not a Git directory already. Begin bot! I'm almost done with my stream. How are you? Thanks for the raid, by the way. How is your stream? I've been working on this app basically. And now I have unrelated Git histories. Oh, sorry for the spam caps. I should turn that off. I will turn that off at some point. Yeah, so I tried out FastAPI. I don't know if you guys have tried out FastAPI, but it's awesome. Yeah, thanks for the follows, everybody. So I'm basically going to be building that app over the next couple streams, setting up the database, Postgres, all of that stuff. But right now, I created this this GitHub. Yeah, I created this GitHub project. So it has its own Git history live, and then I accidentally started to work locally without cloning that. So I'm just going to do what someone called a cheat and clone it and then move the files over. So now I cloned it. So I have Python polls, and then I have Python polls old. And let me ls Python polls. There's only a README in there. So what I'm going to do is now copy recursively, and this might take a while because I'm going to copy the vn. Oh, that's right. I renamed the old one, so it's not in there. Let's see. Python polls old to Python polls. Copy. Yeah, let's see how that works. Okay, now let me go to Python polls. Now it is in a Git directory. Oh no! Alright, well, I messed up, but anyway, I'll just move these out then. Alright, and now this folder's got nothing in it, so I'm gonna delete it. Alright. Yes, I do want that. So now that's kind of a cheap way to do it, but now I can do this. Oh, right. Okay, one more step. I need to git ignore. Git pull. There was no local Git directory yet, so I never initialized a local Git directory. So I didn't want to deal with that. Last time, I think I merged unrelated histories and got that working, but I just, yeah, there's probably lots of things that I could have done, but I just used the cheap way. Okay, so I'm going to go to gitignore.io and just generate a gitignore file. Oh, you use GitHub gitignore. I tried one of the GitHub ones, Let me see. EMVs. All right. It doesn't have. Yeah, that looks pretty solid for Python. The reason why I like this one is because I can do all the technologies that I'm going to use, like VS Code, and then I always do all operating systems and also Vim. So I do Windows, Mac. I just need to create this or have a script locally that just generates it and puts it in my project, I think. Emacs, yeah. No comment about that. Python, VS Code. Is that it? I don't have Django or anything. Yeah, I guess this looks good. Let me create one. All right, create it, put it in my git ignore, and all right, that works. And now I shouldn't see that PyCache or the VN. Yeah, cool. So I'll do git, just add everything, git commit, first commit. All right, git push -u origin main. All right, and this should, oops, I just closed it. If I refresh, yes, okay. Yep, it has all of my files in here. Hey, Anacodes, how are you? Here you go. So that's the repo. That's the finished code from today. Basically, this project was planned. All the schema and stuff, I planned that live, and then all the code that I got done was getting FastAPI to work and the server to run. But the README does have instructions here. If you want to see how to run it locally, you can look at the technologies and see how to run it locally if you want. Hi everyone, good morning, how are you? I hope you're doing well. So last week I started this Python polls project. One of you suggested it and I wanted to try out a new Python framework. So yeah, so here's the repo so far. Basically what I've done so far is in my main.py file, I basically just started the FastAPI server, and then I created a couple, well, this is a type actually, these are types, and then I created a couple endpoints for polls and users to get and post information, but it's not connected to a database yet. Hi Richard Me, how are you? Yeah, so I really want to connect those to a database. And when I first found out about FastAPI, I was really hoping that it would have its own ORM, kind of like Django, or there would be another tool. I haven't used Sql Alchemy in a few years, but it seems like that's the standard library that gets used with FastAPI. So yeah. So I'll be using Sql Alchemy, and hopefully it's a fluent experience. By the way, here is the FastAPI repo where it talks about not SQL Alchemy, but the different databases you can connect to. But it also gives you an example. So here for SQL Alchemy, there's a full stack GitHub repo. And you know, it lists its features. It doesn't really, like here it says, oh, a template. I thought it said tutorial. I was like, why doesn't it take me through a tutorial? I wonder, let me go to advanced user guide and see. SQL relational databases with Peewee. Alchemy was not designed for async frameworks or with them in mind. It has some heavy assumptions. Okay, so I'm not sure why I would use it with an async framework then. Let's see. Async SQL related relational databases. Okay, so you can also use encode database with FastAPI to connect to databases using async and await. Okay. Yeah, I think this is exactly what I want to do, so I'm gonna try to follow this in the stream today. All right, and I think I'm really going to miss having Django's ORM for me. But the first thing I need to do is connect, create a database and connect to SQL Alchemy. And then depending on where I'm at, I might set up a migration tool this time or next time for SQL Alchemy. But let me start by installing it. So let me zoom in here. It's easier to see. Okay, so I need to install SQL Alchemy. So let me go ahead and do that. I'm in my virtual environment already. So I'm using Poetry. So I'm going to do Poetry add SQL Alchemy. And while that's installing, I need to import it. I'm just working out of one file for right now until I separate things. Okay. So import SQL Alchemy, and I guess I'll connect users first and then polls. I only have two what will be models, I guess, right now. All right, FastAPI, import databases. So where does it get here? Let me see what they're talking about, databases. Did it just take me to the same page? Oh, no. Databases package. Here we go. You can also install the required database drivers with just Postgres, MySQL, SQLite. Create a very simple SQLite database. Query. Okay, so I think I'll be using this for the queries, and then SQL Alchemy for the models. So let me go ahead and install databases. So Poetry add databases. All right. Okay, cool. I added those two packages. Oh, I guess I should have just added Postgres. Oh well. I can always fix that later. All right. So I'm done with that. Let me go back to the walkthrough here. So basically, in this example, we'll use SQLite because it uses a single file and Python has integrated support. So you can copy this example and run with it. You might want to use a database server like Postgres. Yes, I do want to use Postgres. But anyway, let me import these and see where I'm at. Let me see. Okay. So they're, okay, this is all for SQL Alchemy, or it's for SQLite. set up the databases, and then you can query based off of those. Maybe I'm making things more difficult, but I definitely don't want SQLite in the long run anyway. So create models. Okay, so that's creating models. I already have a couple models. Database URL. Okay. Oh, okay. So you can use events. On startup, you can connect and disconnect from the database. Database.fetch all. All right. So I kind of have this walkthrough to guide me. Let's see. Ooh, they have a GraphQL one too. That's cool. All right, but I'm going to look at their Postgres setup as well. So this repo, let me post this in chat. So it kind of has, this is FastAPI's example repo for Postgres. They have a front end and a back end as a cookie cutter for the application. And you can see very nicely, I believe this is, yeah, this is a Vue.js application. Okay, so let me go into the back end here, into the app, and project. Okay, here's the app. So Alembic, this is, what is it? A database migration tool that works. A lot of people use it with Sql Alchemy. So, okay, that's it, the generated. Okay, and so if I go in here, I have a main.py file where they're initializing the application, settings, project name, open API URL, and then let me go into the database here, base.py. Okay, they're just importing all of the other models and database. Okay, so here is, I thought this was where they were initializing, oh, initdb. This is where they're initializing the database. Get user by email. Tables, oh, because the tables are created with Alembic. If you don't want to use migrations, create by uncommenting the next line. Okay, so this would create all tables basically. This script that they're getting from app.db. This is hard. This is harder than I thought, especially in the morning. All right, so they're basically, yeah, so I wonder, I probably want to start with Alembic then, which, let me go back in here, copy the name so I don't spell it wrong, and I'm going to search, just search the repo for where it's found. Okay. Script alembic.env is the Alembic config object. All right, but this, I mean, this setup isn't specific to FastAPI at all. So, oh, hi, Papa Smurf. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Good morning. Is it morning for you? It's like 8:30 a.m. where I live. Initdb Alembic. Yeah, I'm gonna install Alembic, and let me also look up the documentation. Because I can also just follow the documentation. Welcome to Alembics documentation. Okay, it's a lightweight database migration tool for the Sql Alchemy Database Toolkit for Python. Installation, let me go through the installation first. Okay, so install Alembic. Oh, and then I can use the init script, basically. Let me go ahead and poetry add Alembic. Man, Django really does a lot of things for you. This is, yeah, I used to use Flask all the time, thinking I wouldn't like Django because it's, you know, less configurable, less customizable. But man, it's so convenient to have all of these things set up. Am I using OBS or Streamlabs? Yeah. Why do you ask? I actually tried to use OBS, but I kept having audio problems. It was a lot harder to set up. Streamlabs just seemed to kind of work out of the box without too much effort. Okay, so installed Alembic, and then here it says the install will add the Alembic command to the virtual environment. Okay, all operations with Alembic in terms of this specific virtual environment will then proceed through the usage of the command, as in init dot. Okay, so I need to init path to your project via bin Alembic init. So I wonder if I can just run Alembic init in my virtual environment. Oh, the current directory already exists. What directory did they put their Alembic config in? Oh yeah, they just called it Alembic. Let me try making a directory for it. Okay, and then if I look for the directory, yeah, I have this new Alembic directory. Cool. All right. So, yeah, I'm just happy that worked. So let's see. If I go back to the Alembic documentation, it says the next step is optional. If our project itself has a setup.py file, we can also install it in the local virtual environment in editable mode. Nope, I don't have a setup.py file. It's just a basic personal project. Okay, if we don't install the project locally, that's fine as well. The default alembic.ini file includes a directive prepend system path equals dot, so that the local path and system path. Okay, so we can run Alembic command line tool from this directory. All right, that's fine. I can skip that. So the virtual, okay, so I already have a virtual environment. Dependencies. Okay, I have to be using at least 1.3.0 of Sql Alchemy, which is the current stable version. The 1.4 is an alpha, so I'll be using 1.3 anyway. And then support for Python 3.5, that's not an issue. I think I'm on 3.9 right now. Okay, that's all done. So let me go back. The audio has a ton of fuzz, and Streamlabs has built-in noise suppression filter that's super easy to set up. Yeah, my fan on this computer runs so, I don't know, it just runs so loud. I don't know if I knew about the noise suppression. I'm going to look at that. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, the amount of noise that this computer puts out. I could try moving my mic a little bit. Maybe that helps. There we go. All right, so I installed, did all that stuff. So now the next thing is the tutorial. I can set up the migration environment and all of this stuff. I thought, I don't know, when I do all the database configuration in Postgres, it doesn't take me any time, but yeah, I thought this would go a lot faster. That's okay. Let's see. Okay. Alembic provides the creation, management, and invocation of change management scripts. Yep, so they provide migrations. The migration environment usage of Alembic starts with the migration environment. Okay, so it's basically a directory of scripts for my application, and the environment is created using the init command. So that's what I already did. I created this folder. And okay, versions. So these are the migrations, I guess, inside the versions folder. Oh, hey Autofight, thanks for the raid. How are you doing? I'm kind of struggling. So this is the app I'm trying to build. Last stream and this stream are my first times using FastAPI. I usually use Django, and I'm trying to get Sql Alchemy and Alembic set up for migrations right now. Of course, Django does all of that for me. So yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. So I kind of have Alembic installed, and now I'm trying to set up so I can get these migrations. I have Postgres running, but I'm not even connected to Postgres with Sql Alchemy yet. So I have a lot to do. Yeah, it's definitely morning here. It's definitely before I had any coffee too. It's like, I'm on the East Coast USA, so it's like 8:40 a.m. Hi Clever and Annabella, how are you? Okay, so project Alembic. Okay, so this is just explaining what all these different files are that it created. This was created with an Alembic init script, which is nice. It created that whole thing for me. Alembic migration tool. Okay, so that's the script that gets invoked. Directory, which is the home of the migration environment. It can be named anything. If you have multiple databases, you may have more than one. Script.py.mako. Mako. It's a Mako template which is used to generate new migration scripts. Oh, good. Good, good, good. So I don't have to generate new migration scripts myself. I guess that makes sense because nobody would ever type out all those unique numbers. Yeah, that would be weird. Or unique, I guess, character strings. East Coast represents, yeah. I think 80% of the population lives near the East Coast, something like that. Okay, so I'm at this part now. Let's see, let me copy this if you want to see what I'm seeing, or follow along, I guess. So with basic understanding of what the environment is, we can create one using Alembic init. I already did that. Oh yeah, Alembic init, and then I had to tell it what folder. I just called it Alembic. Okay, so that created my migration directory. Other templates, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now I need to edit the ini file. Alembic placed a file Alembic ini into the current directory. Oh yeah, it did when I ran that script. Okay, so it gave me this file. That's cool. I was wondering because I saw this file in the example and I was hoping I didn't have to type all this out. That's good. Logger, formatters, root. Oh, Sql Alchemy. Yeah, that's all good. Okay. This is a file that Alembic looks for when scripts are invoked. This file can be anywhere. Okay. Config option. Okay, I don't want to move the file. I'll just leave it like it is. That's just showing the standard configuration. The file is read using Python's config safe parser object. Okay. Okay, this is, I really should read this at some point. This is just breaking down what all of these sections are. So to determine configuration, Alembic does not directly read any other areas of the file. Okay, so this part is the Alembic configuration. So I guess I'm gonna have to update. Oh, okay, so it has the Sql Alchemy URL. So I'm gonna have to update this at least with, if I have a username and password, and then also with my database name. Time zone, that's a lot of configuration. All right, create a migration script. This is what I want to do. All right, so I can use Alembic, which I have in my virtual environment, and then the revision command, -m, to create account table. Create account table. Okay, so that will be the name. It just replaces spaces with underscores, and that will be the name of my script. All right. Hi, Safine, how are you? Have you ever used FastAPI again, or at all? Sorry, it's early morning here. It's early, feels early. It's not too early, I guess, anymore. All right, so let me do this. Alembic revision -m. Clear that. And then, what do I want to call? I guess my first one. So basically, I have a user, this user model. So let me create user table. Oh, what just happened? That was weird. Maybe my computer is, yeah, my computer's being weird. All right, it says the stream is okay though, so no frames dropped. That's good. Oh, 7:30 p.m. Let's see. Where do you live? I don't know. Maybe Central Asia? Or no, I guess Korea is like 13 hours difference. That time zone. I think so. Oh, India. Cool. Central South Asia. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I got my migration file. Yay! Created my migration file. Sweet. This is nice. Why when I used to use Sql Alchemy did I not use Alembic? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't as popular back then? Nope, no Kim. Do you mean everyone's last name? There's a lot of people in Korea named Kim. Okay. So this gives me my up and down migrations. And I guess it automatically runs these functions when I run migrations. Revision. So I guess this will denote if it depends on another migration, and then they can run in order. All right, so I guess let me change these functions. This shows me an example of what that will look like. Okay, so down revision is how Alembic knows the order of migrations. Okay, so there's no other order because this is the first one. Okay, so here's upgrade, which is creating the table and creating the columns in the table. Cool. So OP, yeah, I already got OP imported. So let me do this. Let me do op.create table user. Or I guess it would be users for the table name because I'm not creating a model here. Okay, and now column ID. So is this auto incrementing? Does this do it automatically? I'm not sure. Okay. I don't know if it automatically sets that up, or I guess I'm the one who puts things in the table. So maybe this should be a string if it's like a universally unique ID. I don't know, I'll leave it as an integer for now and see. Okay, se.column. I can always run all my down migrations and undo everything. Let me see what I have. So I have username and email, basically. So let me do username and then email for right now. And let me get this as a string. A string is fine. And I'll give this 100. A username shouldn't be more than, I don't know, 30 characters. Nullable equals false. I'm also going to put nullable equals false on email. I wonder if I should just put the rest of the fields. I don't know if I want a password here yet because I'm going to use social auth. Hi, NYC Coder, a fellow East Coaster. Yeah, I'm working on this repo, which is FastAPI. And right now I'm trying to walk through setting up Sql Alchemy with Alembic for migrations. Okay, so, oh yeah, let me do the drop table. Probably gonna want this later. Okay, so, oops. Users, there we go. I think you should make a model definition to get the full value of Sql Alchemy, right? I think, well, first, just because I don't really know how to use Alembic yet, I'm getting used to it and just trying to see if it works. I do have, so in here I do have model definitions, not from Sql Alchemy though, but from Pydantic, so I thought maybe I could reuse those somehow. But yeah, I haven't totally figured out how I'm going to put all of these pieces together. Okay, let me just try this and see how it works. Alembic upgrade. Why do I give it the head command? Go for GraphQL and Prisma. GraphQL is very, very nice. I did a series of streams on GraphQL not that long ago with Django, so it was graphene. We now want to run our migration, assuming the database is totally clean. As yet, it's unversioned. The Alembic upgrade command will run upgrade commands, which is, oh yeah, these. So they're the up commands. If you only want to run a specific one, you can target just that one. But it's easier in most cases. Oh, right. So head is the most recent. Okay, so if I run Alembic upgrade head, it should run that migration, but it's going to fail because I haven't created a database yet. Can't load plugin Sql Alchemy dialects.driver. That's not the error I thought I was going to get. No such module. Yeah, let me set up Sql Alchemy first. And I think, so in here, driver, user, pass, DB name. So let me do, what should I call this? I guess I'm calling it Python polls. Let me call it PyPolls, the database. And then username, password, it's called Gwen, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think I need to create this database first. That's what I do in Django anyway. So let me do psql and then create database. Okay, and then create role, I think. What's the role? No. I'm gonna do, let's do PyPolls admin here. Okay, so created the role, created the database. There's another command. I think I can just do up and find it. Oh yeah, grant every privilege to that user. So PyPolls admin and PyPolls. Is that right? Yeah, PyPolls admin. Okay, so now I can get out of here. And sweet, so now I have a database at least. Oh, I don't even have a password for that. So maybe I can just get rid of the password. Let me see what happens if I try to run that command again. Okay, no module error though. Why wouldn't I have Sql Alchemy? If I have Sql Alchemy installed, I can see yeah, I have Sql Alchemy here. Okay, exec.py, events.py, init.py. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at. So let's get out of there. So I have it installed. Let me just search for that error anyway. Let me search for Alembic and then about the plugin. One second. Okay. I thought it was dropping frames for a second, but it seems okay now. All right. Sql Alchemy.exec argument error. No such module error. Here we go. Flask migrate, but might be the same thing. Oh, I should probably look at the dialects documentation. Okay, let me get out of this. And yeah, let me go here. This is 1.4 though. Oh, it's in beta release now. Probably want 1.3, but okay. Included dialects, Postgres, Sql. Oh, I should have to install PsychoPG2, right? Let me see. Is there a setup for dialect here? No. Some table metadata. Postgres SQL. Okay, so this is creating the schema. Best Python library name. Yeah, I mean the arrow at the top that shows where the file is, like where the error is, but this is the error message though. Let's see. Sql Alchemy .schema. Okay. I mean, this is talking about how to set it up with Postgres. I think if... Oh, wait. Yeah, this is how to set it up with that library for the connection string. So I wonder why, like how this just... Because if I follow the... I have too many things open. Okay, so I'm in the Alembic Sql Alchemy documentation. If I follow this and, you know, it runs from just that basic setup in alembic.ini, how did this ever work? Because this isn't, you know, I have my migration, just like it says. I create the table, all of this stuff. But I don't think it works just following that documentation, basically. And let me see if it has different... No, it doesn't have... what if it has... what's that called? SQLite or something. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have any type of database set up. So I need to... I think I need to replace that. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. Okay, so... Oh, hey Dux Vinyl, how are you? Afternoon. It's morning here. So this is what I'm working on, that Python polls app again, if you want to take a look. But basically, I'm trying to figure out how to connect, and I think it's just early because I haven't set up the database properly yet. So I think that I need to define the proper SQL Alchemy URL with the proper driver. And I'm thinking PsychoPG2. Postgres. Yeah, this has to be it. DB name and, you know, whatever. Okay. So I think this is it, but I'm gonna have to install this one. So let's go to Python. Hi, Julipils. Thanks for the follow. Oh, Dex. You mean with your Django application? You haven't had much luck? Oh, thanks, Safine. I'll watch it after. PyCon video by Hannah. Alright, Psycho PG2. Alright. Let me install this with Poetry. Poetry. Oh, add. Oh. All right. Well, that's adding. Oh, I forgot. I should have done this. Not requiring compiler or external libraries. Yeah, why didn't I do this? Okay. I'm gonna install PsychoPG2 binary. Yeah, exactly. Failed to add packages. Good. So let me try again. Poetry, add. There we go. Much easier. Yeah. No other dependencies and setup and all of that stuff. Good. I'm glad that failed. Okay. So back to Alembic. Postgres. Yeah, let me try this. What hurt? Or I guess what? Man, it's early. Yeah, it can't hurt anything. So let me do Alembic again. Sweet! So I get a different error this time. All right, operational error. PsychoPG2 operational error for fatal roles. PyPol's admin is not permitted to log in. So I wonder if I need Gwen, like my default user on this computer. Oh, cool. Yay, it ran. Oh, all right, context. We'll assume transactional DDL ran upgrade. So it created the user table. So yeah, I don't have a database client open though. I guess I could look in the terminal. Okay, so what do I do? No. Man, why do I have to look up Postgres terminal commands every single time? Postgres. Let me just do command line. Show tables. Or is it ls? DBs? No. Ah, sweet. So it's \s or \l. Okay, so here's PyPolls. Okay, so get out of that. Now if I do C, okay, so I can choose that database. So let me do \c and then PyPolls. What if I do L? Oh, that shows the same thing. Okay. DT. This shows all tables. That's what I want. \DT. Okay, so there's a migrations table that's created by Alembic for me, and then there's the public users table. Yay! All right, now let me create a polls table first, and then I'll figure out how to connect to that table. That's a whole nother issue. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking before, but I'm glad it works. So there's one migration. So let me get out of this. Oh wait, Q. Okay, and now if I do, let me look through my Alembic commands. Okay, so I can create migration. Let me do create polls table. It created another migration here. And basically going to do the same thing. Oh wait, as this migration. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna create a table here. Create a table. Yeah, and get the drop table. And I'm basically going to do this for polls. And for polls, oops. And I can see the type that I already created for polls in my main file. So I have title, type, some booleans, and then I have created by, which is a foreign key to the user, which I haven't even set up doing that yet. Okay, so I'll need ID, and then type, and then is add choices active, is voting active. If you read the README on the GitHub repo for this, you can see kind of what these are for, what they're doing. Okay, so this should be Boolean. So, is there a Boolean? Yeah, Boolean. Okay. Good. Created by, this will be, oh, I wonder if Boolean's not a function, because sa.integer, I can just use that. So I guess I don't need anything here. For Boolean, maybe. And then this will be an integer 2. Okay, I'm guessing I'm going to have to rewrite all of this when I figure out a better way to do it. Title, so let's see, the title could be, that could be a long string, I don't know, 250 characters. Let's say the type. So the type, what I actually want for the type is like an enum or something. But I guess I can do a string for right now. Or choices. Can I set choices? Let's see. Sql Alchemy column. Let me do Sql Alchemy column definition. Columns and data types. Okay, integer, string. Okay, so here are the generic types. Big int, boolean, date, date time, enum. Yeah, enum is what I want, I think. This is perfect. Sweet. Provides a set of possible string values which the column is constrained towards. Yes, that's what I want. Column value enum my enum. Okay, so I can create a class. I need to import enum. Okay, let me do that here. And actually, enum, let me put it there. Okay. So class will be, let's see, poll type. And I'll do, what type of poll will there be? Choice field here, e.g. text or image. But now that I'm thinking about it, so if I was creating a poll, oh no, because users can submit suggestions for poll options. Okay, so I will create text or image. That's fine. Let me get rid of this one. And this is the same thing, same as it works in Django, basically creating these for choices. So I guess the variable name, it's going to use that as the string. So let me do text or image and type. Now I need to say this basically. Column this, okay. Yeah. Okay, I think that will work. There's also created by, there's a couple more fields that I want, but just in general in all my models really, which is created at and updated at, like automatically created, generated dates. So I don't know if there's a plugin or something I can use for that, but oh yeah, I have to do sa.column. Oh, okay. So created at and updated at. Would it be enum? I think, is this a built-in data type? Type enum, poll type. Oh, right. I do need to change that. Thank you. It's not my enum. It's poll type. Thank you. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh yeah, these two. So these are dates, and it said there's some kind of date type here. So let's see. There's date time and there's date. So let me do date time. Sql Alchemy .types .datetime. All right, so for enum, it gives an example. Date time, I guess I can just do, yeah, date time. sa.datetime. Yeah, okay, good. And then going dark? Do you mean there's like stream issues, or what do you mean by that? Okay, so I have date time. I really want to get this migration in. Let's see, SQL Alchemy types. This is nice. This is, I'd say this is a good experience with where is it? Alembic so far. I'm really liking this. I've used SQL Alchemy in the past, and I feel like it was much harder. It's been a while, but I feel like it was much harder without Alembic. Of course, I haven't even connected it to my app or anything yet. Okay, SQL Alchemy types datetime. All right, that looks good. Created at, updated at. Yeah, let me run these. So if I do Alembic upgrade head, I can run this last migration. Oh yeah, enum is not defined. Okay, So I think I will have to do, maybe since I'm importing enum. Let me try that. Poll type is not a valid enum. Why is it not a valid enum? Maybe I have to import this from, oh, this has to be sa.enum, I think. Yeah, because I'm getting all the rest of the types from Sql Alchemy. That wouldn't make sense to do that, yeah. Okay, sweet. So that worked. So now if I go into pSQL, I can do my tables. Let me go up, connect to that. So now I can do DT, list my tables. Okay, so now I have this polls table and I have the public users table. Awesome. Okay, so I feel pretty good about having Alembic set up, and I guess anyway PyCache, that's not committed, but of course I want to push these migrations and stuff, so I don't want to ignore those. I think, yeah, let me go ahead and push what I have so far to the Python polls repo. So git status, I added some packages. Alembic.ini, Alembic, yeah. So git add, git commit -m, added Sql Alchemy and that's a really hard thing to pronounce, Alembic. All right, and now git push. All right, so here is the repo with the code that I just pushed with the new Alembic setup. What I really need to do, what I wanted to do last time, is create a project board on GitHub to track future projects or future tasks for this project. Doesn't have any columns or cards. So let's create a couple columns on GitHub. So backlog, we can create a to-do column, just like current to-dos, and we'll create an in progress column, and then in review column, and then completed column, yeah. Okay, so this is really zoomed in. All right, so I created a couple columns and I'll start, I guess, putting tasks in the backlog. Feel free to raise an issue if you think that there's a task that needs to be added or something like that. You can see from the README here, I have a whole schema defined, all these different things, and obviously I haven't even created them yet. And I haven't created all of these endpoints yet. I did the initial, this was like the initial planning. I finished all of these. So basically I'm going to use the project board for like phase 2, including finishing setting up. Yeah, you may want to automate new issues into the backlog. That's true. Can I do that? I don't think I've ever done that before on GitHub. Let me see if I do this. Manage automation. Oh, but I don't see any way to automate. Edit column, no. All right, well, I'm gonna have to set that as a to-do then. Update automation to automatically add issues to backlog here. All right, thanks, DexFinal. Yeah, that's a good idea. The next thing that I really need to do, so from my main.py file, I need to be able to basically connect the database to my endpoints. And that's my next big task. So connect Sql Alchemy and DB to endpoints. And I'll just do that for polls and users to start. All right, I think those are my two really next big tasks. I put them in to do because I know they're not just random notes, like these are actually the next things that I need to do. Yeah, but I think I'm going to do it in the next stream. Just real quick, I'm going to take a look and see if there's anything else I can set up. I'm really hungry. I didn't eat breakfast yet. Let's see, date, time, and I also need to get to work at some point. Okay, so that's, yeah, it's just types. There we go. Sql Alchemy, create engine. Alembic is doing this for me. So I guess what I need to know now is how do I connect from my app, how do I connect to Alembic? And I think actually what I can use is this example here. So this, I'm going to link this, but basically from the FastAPI documentation, they have an example of how to use Postgres with it, which they also seem to have Alembic set up. So I can just learn how they are using it here and then kind of do the same thing. From Alembic, import context. Okay, so that's probably what I want, is to get the context. This is the Alembic config option, or config object, which provides access to the values within the ini file. That's what I want, because that's where I set up the database. So let me, try this. Everything's in my main app file. Eventually I'm going to have to break that up and create reasonable folders. Let me add that as a task. It's not fleshed out yet, but break up, what did I call it? Oh yeah, of course, main.py file and create folder structure for application. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, I'm in here, so I want to import this in here. And logging.config. I actually don't have custom logging set up. Import. Oh wait, this is from the logging. I don't think this is a local module. Okay. SQL Alchemy, import these two things. So I guess I can replace that line maybe. And let's see. File config. Yeah, I need this too. Okay. Let me. These are kind of. All right, let me put these at the top. I'm trying to organize this. So if I take there. All right, and now I can get the config object. Yeah, let me do it here and create this. app.db.base. So I'm going to see, what are they importing from here? Oh, I'm trying to click on it, but so, okay, so here's the app folder, and then, oh, it's in here. So I think it's talking about app.db, and then the base file, oh, which is the other, which are the two models. Let me see how they're creating these models in, no, let's create engine, base, any table name, class.name.lower. Okay, so that's just a helper. I thought there were actually model definitions. Where is it getting this user from? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong folder. That's why. Okay, so here are the model definitions. User base. Okay, so this imports from their custom base. And then I think that, let me go back. I think that their custom base, no, it doesn't inherit as declarative. I thought maybe it inherited from base model here from Pydantic, but it doesn't use that. So anyway, base, let me see how they're defining their models. Let's look at this one. Okay, so they're defining that this style, that's fine. I'll just have to figure out how to use it with Pydantic. Type checking, primary key, owner. Oh, relationship from Sql Alchemy ORM. Yes, this is what I want. Okay, so I need a whole to create all these models separately, because then I think, where is their API? Here's the API. Okay, get current user, get active user, models. Okay, so they're querying the database, but where are their endpoints? Is it in the endpoints? Seems to be. Okay, yeah, so here's router from API router, which is from FastAPI. Okay. So now I feel like I'm really deep into this. Okay, DB session, any retrieve items. Yeah, and these are importing the models. So you're importing the models in the API, and import session, FastAPI, no dependency injection, I guess. Response model schemas.items, so they're setting the schema for these endpoints. Yeah, so I think I'm getting how this works now. But I need to basically change a bunch of what I've done here. But then, okay, there's one more question that I have. So they create their models, Sql Alchemy, all of that stuff, their relationships. But then what are they using inside of Alembic? Like in these, like this one, create table. Okay, so they're not pulling in any models from the app. They're creating these migrations, just hard coding them just like I am. Okay. So, yeah, so I need to create models. Let me see what I have here for tasks. Connect Sql Alchemy and database to endpoints. I think the first thing actually is to create SQL just like someone suggested earlier, I need to create SQL Alchemy models for, oh, thanks for the follow, Jiggers. Let's see. Yeah, I need to create SQL Alchemy models, and this will be much cleaner anyway. So I can create like a models folder here. Or maybe I'll just create a DB folder, and that'll have models in it. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so create SQL Alchemy models for user, I guess if it's a model for user and poll. All right. And I can also update this. Let me convert to issue. And I'm going to link it to this project so anybody can see the reference. Let me say reference and that project, convert to issue. Okay, so that has a little bit more detail in it. I guess I could put, let's see, labels. Okay, those are all the default. Let me put DB as a label. Created a random color, okay. All right, so there we go. SQL Alchemy to endpoints. I think that's pretty much it for today's stream. If there are no more suggestions, so next time I'm going to basically work off of this ticket first. So create SQL Alchemy models for user and polls. Again, if you have any comments or suggestions, either join my Discord, which was just posted in the chat, or you can raise an issue directly in the repo. Here is the repo one more time. Yeah, so thanks for joining the stream. I hope you liked it, I guess. And if you're interested in FastAPI, here's the FastAPI documentation. I am very much enjoying working in this right now. So I'm going to be trying to finish up. I have several apps I need to finish up, but I'm going to try to finish up this Python polls setup. I basically, oh, here's my code. So far, if you weren't here in previous streams, I have a couple models and a few endpoints here, but these are not connected to the database yet. So I have like the user's endpoint, polls, and you can make get and post requests to those endpoint. Static noise in my audio. I keep trying to fix that. I do have background noise cut out, so hopefully this is a little bit better. No, let me get the mic out. There we go. Hopefully that's better, maybe? Oh, hey, Brenny Douglas, how are you doing? Yeah, I've been working quite a bit. Also through the end of April I will be, so it's hard to get definite times for my streams this year. But glad you're here. So I also set up this package called Alembic. So the database is working, but right now it's only connected to Alembic, which is handling my migrations and things. So what I need to do is basically get the database in my application with FastAPI. Oh, right. So it's not too early for you. It's like afternoon for you already. Let's see. Okay. So Python polls. Yeah, let me post. This is the repo that I'll be working off of. And here's an example repo that FastAPI gives you about how to set up Postgres. Now, this is Postgres plus like a dozen other things they've set up. So, yeah, I might be taking a look at that. And then the official FastAPI docs as well. Move ban. Oh, okay. All right. So the official docs, they say how to set up a SQL or relational database. So this is basically taking, let's see, yeah, working with Sql Alchemy ORM, which is what I already have installed in the project. So let me go ahead and run this project. So I've been using UVcorn and running it with Poetry. So UVcorn main app. Now eventually I do want to, because I'll be using UVcorn in development, so I do want to add some kind of run UVcorn down here, but I think I can just, oh, I'm not in my virtual environment. That's right. All right, so I need to do source VM bin activate. And now I can do, oh wait, Poetry run UVcorn. Yes. Okay. Good morning, Isad. How are you? Oh no. What did I do? As no attribute config. Oh, I think I broke it. I must have broken this. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me look at my code. Nope. So I believe in my versions here. So these are the migrations that I created for the tables. And oh, here's the offending line. So in my main.py file, this config context.config, and then config file name. So it doesn't like this, and I think I imported this at the very end of last stream. So I was trying to get Alembic to work with this, but maybe I need to import something from like my env file from Alembic, where this really has all of my database set up. Where is it? It has my database strings somewhere. Cache DB. Oh, db/models. Oh, I didn't put anything in there yet. Oh, here it is, alembic.ini. This is where all the setup is. So it has Postgres and all of that stuff. Okay, that env file is just for up and down migrations, some functions to do that. Thanks for the follow, Talal. Thanks. All right, so let's see. I need to get rid of these two lines or fix them. And I think, I don't know. This pretty much has the same setup, I think. If I go in cookie, no. I thought that this had Alembic. Maybe it was a different project I was looking at last time. All right, I think I'm just gonna follow in the main docs and Sql Alchemy and set up some kind of Sql Alchemy setup here. Let's see, Sql Alchemy Database Url, create engine, session maker. So it's kind of weird, but if I do Sql Alchemy separately, like I can set that up and then figure out how to connect it with Alembic. I'm using Postgres. That's pretty much what I always use. Yeah, just because it's, I don't want to say easier, but it's easier because I always use it, I think. And it's also the recommended default for Django applications. All right, thanks for the follow. Dukrox. How are you? All right, so I'm gonna basically SQL app database.py. So I guess I can make some kind of database.py file. I don't need these lines of code right now, so I'm gonna get rid of them. And reloading. Okay, my app works now. In fact, I can go ahead and run this in the browser. So application startup complete. What was the default? Localhost 8000? Okay, good. All right, that is the default. And I can go to Swagger here. Nope. I thought it was Swagger. No. Okay. I don't have the exact port set, so it's using the default port here. Yeah, so let me look up the port. I think maybe Swagger's running at a different port. So let me go to the FastAPI features. Okay, maybe it's in tutorial. First steps. Oh, your emote expires. Whose emote is that? Here's Swagger. Oh, it's /docs. Okay, 8000/docs. That was it. It's my other app that has /swagger. Okay, cool. All right. So I can see my API working, but it's not getting real data yet. So let's see, get, yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna, basically create this database file with Sql Alchemy. Yo, you don't like relational databases? Sorry, that was an old comment. Yeah, I used to prefer non-relational, like DynamoDB, and then I used Mongo, but I don't know, something just grew on me with relational databases. And especially now that they have JSON fields, Postgres does, and MySQL also, I read that they added JSON fields as well. I don't know. So db.models. Yeah, I'm going to add maybe inside of the db folder. I think I should add like a setup or something. .py. No, that's a special file name. Maybe init.py. And then, oh no, that's also weird because I'm going to have my other _init.py file to use this folder as a module. Okay, I need a good name. I'm going to call it db.py. Old Oracle installation. Interesting. All right, so db.py. Let's see. Now I'm going to put my SQL Alchemy, setup in here. So I definitely need create engine, session maker. Okay. let's see. And then Sql Alchemy Database URL, create engine, session local. So all this stuff is the same. I wonder, can I import, let's see. If I import the database URL from here, this is sqlalchemy.url. Oh, that's just the property name. All right, so for right now, I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to figure out how to make Alembic and Sql Alchemy work together later. And I know there was an example that I saw last time. I'm probably going to go watch my old video about it and see what I was doing. All right, so here's the connection string that I already know works. Ah, Jared, how did you do that? You just... Oh, you changed my emote. I like that. I'm gonna steal it. Or tell someone else to have someone else make it for me, maybe. I can't make those. All right. Sql Alchemy Database URL. So create a database URL for Sql Alchemy. Yeah, that's what I just did. So in the example, they're connecting to a SQLite database. If you were using Postgres database, yeah, you can just use that. So it's explaining, I think, what all these... Okay, the connection argument check same thread false. This is only needed for SQLite. So I guess I can get rid of this. Or maybe I'll just leave it as an empty object. Here. All right, so create a session local class. Each instance of session local will be a database session. Okay, so that's what it's doing here already. So create a base class. By the way, if you're joining, there you go. You can spend channel points. What are channel points? Do I have channel points? I do? Okay, I didn't know that. Now we use the function declarative base that returns a class. Yeah, I'm not that good at stuff. Okay, so now basically I have a class, a base class. So now I can create database models and import the base class, and the models will inherit from the base class. Okay, so I guess I'm going to have to change this because right now I have Pydantic, and this is defining kind of a schema for me, but it feels weird to do it in two places. So yeah, let me go into models then. I don't know if I'm prematurely breaking this up though. Database user. Yeah, I can just create two models files, I guess. So of course I need the double underscore init file so I can access that folder, and then I'm gonna do poll.py. And what's the other schema that I need? It's user. Yeah, user. Okay, so I need one more file, and I'll do user.py. All right. Yeah, it does. All right, but I don't know what I'm doing yet, so I figure I'm going to do it, and then I'm going to clean it up after. All right. So I need these imports from Sql Alchemy, and then I need to import from my database. So let me put those. I'll do user first and get rid of poll for right now. There we go. So I do need to import this from up a directory. So from database import base. You're a zoomer. What's a zoomer? Okay. So class user inherits from base, and then I need to define a table name property, so users. So this is actually from the example the exact same thing that I want. Oh, you're young. Let's see, class user. Yeah, so then I just need to define my properties here. So ID, this is already generated by Postgres, so do I still need this? I don't know, because Postgres should be creating this for me. And then email hashed password, not going to do that yet. So let me actually get my fields from my main.py file. Oh, right now I'm just using username and email. All right, so I have to define those as columns basically. So let me take these and then username. So actually I want both of these to be unique. I have email and username, and let me do unique equals true. All right. So the ID is my primary key. Yeah, ID is my primary key. Okay. So I wonder, do I have to define this? Okay, I'll just define it and see what happens. Because this should be auto-incremented, automatically generated. Primary key, index, okay. And then there's another table. Okay, and then it defines relationships. Now create model attributes and columns. Yeah, that's what I just did. And create the relationships. Item equals. Oh, I need to define the relationship both ways, I guess. That's interesting. Okay. So polls, it's just a one-to-many relationship. So a user can have many polls. Okay. Well, let me just create one file then for now before I overcomplicate myself. So I'll just put a models file and get rid of the polls file for right now, just to make it simple, and because I don't have much in there yet. So let me create this, and then I need a class of poll, and this will also inherit from base. And then for poll, okay, so I need just take this. And then an ID, man, okay. Table is, yeah, polls. ID should be the same for any table. And then what other information do I have? I have title, type, which I want to be an enum. And then I have two booleans. and a created by, and this is a foreign key to the user. Okay, so yeah, I feel weird putting this relationship here when I'm just going to have a foreign key from poll. So I think, I don't know, is that the right way to do it in this? So I'm going to do title and then type. Now it's highlighting. I'll just do poll type. And then these two booleans that I created to see if people can still add choices to the poll, or if that's done, or if they're able to vote on the poll right now, if it's turned on. And then, oh yeah, I need the created by foreign key. And that's where I'm gonna do the relationship. So user, and let's see, actually, owner. Yeah, this will be created by. Okay, so I guess this is just maybe from the user I can reference the items with the ORM because it's not defined as a field here. So I guess I do want something like this too. Okay, this one will be created by ID, I guess. Owner and owner ID, yeah. I could even do owner. Maybe that would make more sense. Owner ID and owner. Back populates items. So this will be polls, and then this will be owner. All right, user, no, poll items. Okay, and so this will be polls. All right, there we go. So I have a class of user, and then a class of poll, and this it has a relationship to the user, so a foreign key with the owner ID. And I guess this is just for traversing the ORM and being able to just define the relationship. There's no actual field in the database called polls. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, because otherwise they wouldn't have owner ID and owner here. That wouldn't make any sense. All right, so title will be a column. This is a string. Poll type. I'm just going to do this as a column string right now. This is a column. You should host the poll and let chat. Yeah, that will be a while from now. String. Though that is a good idea. Oh wait, that's a boolean. Boolean. And then this is a boolean as well. And then owner ID, what should I put for that? Oh yeah, that's integer foreign key. All right, so just copy this. Users.id. Why users? Oh, I guess the table name users, not the class here. Okay. Oh, I can set a default on the booleans. So let me do that. Let me do actually default false until you explicitly turn these on. Title and poll type I don't want defaults because those are required. All right, I think my tables are good now. Yeah, and this is pretty much the same thing that I have in my migrations. Oh, I do also have created at and updated at. Not in my user, but apparently I do in my polls. Okay. So maybe I can just add that real quick then. Created at fields and updated at. And these will be date time fields, so column date. Yeah, it's not auto populating, so I have to figure out what exactly it is. So let me look up, is there not a null attribute for the required fields? Oh, you mean like something like null equals false, so it's not nullable? I figure by default, if I don't put, you know, some kind of optional or null flag here, then it shouldn't allow nulling unless I explicitly say, right? It shouldn't allow it to be nullable. But I'm not sure. Okay, so let me do Sql Alchemy. Then what do I want to look for? Oh yeah, date columns. Date column. Let's see what I get. All right, column and date types. Date time columns, maybe someone's going to give me a snippet. I wonder if I have to import date time. No. This person isn't. Oh, here's a model. Maybe dot string float date time. Oh, wait, did I? Yeah, here. Okay, never mind. I need to import it. Date time. I forgot that these were even in the file. There we go. Now we have date time. All right, and I want this to default, to set a default date time. And I think I can just import date time into the file and set a default. Oh, they were using a nullable equals false. Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll put that on my fields then. Date time. From date time, import date time. Then date time dot. What about I think Python date time now. And at the top, this is a let's see, from date time import date time. That's just Python standard, so I don't have to install it. And now I should be able to use okay, datetime.now. Yeah, datetime.now. Okay, I'm just going to use that for right now for the default on these fields. So default equals datetime.now. Default equals datetime.now. Okay, Oh, and Brenny says I need nullable. Nullable equals false. And then I'll just copy that. All right, so is active choices nullable. These already have defaults on them. Owner ID, I definitely don't want that to be false, or null anyway. And then, I don't know, this, yeah, none of these should be. And of course the primary key can't be null. My cats are staging a revolt. Break time? What break time image? Wait. I don't know what that is. Do I have something on my screen? Thanks, Noman, for the follow. I have no idea what you were talking about in chat. Oh, the intermission screen. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to add transitions and everything, but I think a screen is fine for now. Some Twitch streamers have like all these crazy awesome transitions for their slides. Not slides, I guess screens. Let's see. User poll. All right, so I think I'm good now. I think this is pretty good. Now, how am I going to connect this to my app? So, by the way, if you just joined, this is the repo that I'm working off of. It's a FastAPI API. What software do you use for streaming? Oh, I use Streamlabs OBS. So I guess the Streamlabs flavor of OBS, which pretty much just works. And I want to record the streams at the same time as I stream live, but my computer can't handle it. So yeah, I keep saying I'll get a new computer, but when I get a new computer, then I'm going to do that. Okay. Schemas. Yeah, so I have to define my schema too? Well, I already did that, I guess. Wrap it in optional. Okay. User base. User create. Then class user. So create initial pydantic. Why do I have to define models? I have models really in, I guess, 3 places, but I guess the migration doesn't count. So 2 places. I have it here in my main.py file. And then, you know, I'm defining it for my database, for my SQL, for my ORM here, the schema. This just feels weird to me. All right, bye, Brenny. Thanks. Thanks for joining and chatting. See you next time. Stream elements for Mac. Oh, I've never heard of that. Oh yeah, the zombie notification, like when someone follows me, that's from Streamlabs. I did get a special, like a custom notification for subscribes. But yeah, I kept the default for the zombie mostly because I couldn't think of anything else. Yeah. Stream elements. Do you think stream elements is better? Okay, this is just a walkthrough. It's just walking me through what all the different elements are. Use Pydantic's ORM mode. Now in the Pydantic models for reading, item, and user, add an internal config class. ORM mode. Set the ORM mode to true. Okay. Pydantic's ORM mode will tell the Pydantic model to read the data even if it's not a dictionary, but an ORM model or any other arbitrary object with an attribute. Okay. And then it goes into more details about ORM mode. And then we finally get into the API. Create user. Wait, where is this connected to the API? Right now they're just making functions to create a user. Models.base.data.create all. So I guess that creates the database tables. And now here we're connecting it to crud.getUser. Where are they importing crud from? Oh, okay. Crud models schema. All right, so that file with all of these functions, these crud functions, they're calling that crud, and then they're importing it just from the same directory. They're importing crud.py, models.py, and schemas.py so that they can use them in the API. And on the side here, actually, this scroll bar is so small. Oh, and then it goes into an Alembic note, this is what I already have set up from last stream for the migrations for the database. Now up dependency session local. Yeah, and so I think with SQLite, you don't have to set up tables and stuff first. Something like that. But with Postgres, you definitely do. That's why I set up the migrations first. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to do the CRUD utils. Well, let me first check my Pydantic stuff here. So I have that in my main file. I haven't broken it out yet. Let me get rid of this, because, yeah. All right, and then I do want to add these fields to user as well. So let me, and those will be auto-generated fields. So let me just copy these, I guess. Oops. And created at, updated at. Oh, wait. Oh, my migrations, though. I don't have those in my migrations. I don't know. Should I just add them in? And let's see. I could just copy them from here. Yeah, I'm gonna add them, why not? And then, because nothing serious has happened in this application, but now I do think I'll have to drop tables and add them again. So, let me see. Alembic. Okay, I was initializing upgrade head. I think that does the migrations. So let me look. How do Alembic move tables? Hey Anna Codes, how are you? And Dex Final, good morning. I'm working on Python polls again and trying to get the database all set up, basically. I have some of Sql Alchemy, Here's a guide, by the way, for databases. I have some of Sql Alchemy set up, but not the whole thing yet. And now I just added 2 fields in my migrations, so I have to fix my tables. Let's see, Olympic.SQL Alchemy operation reference. Yeah, I want the downgrade function because I want to remove my tables and then add them again. Okay, where's the API, like for the CLI, like adding batch migrations. These are like how to write the migration files in Alembic, which I already have them written. All right, models index, cookbook, working with branches. Here. All right, so downgrading. Olympic downgrade base. Olympic downgrade base. All right, well, okay, Postgres, running downgrade on create polls and create user table. So I should have no more tables there. All right, and now I can do Alembic. I think that's where that head command comes in. Running our first migration. Alembic upgrade head, yeah. So that was this command. SQL create type, poll type as enum. Where is it doing that? Okay. Duplicate object type, poll type already exists. Let's see, what did I do? All right, now I'm, okay, here's poll type. So this is my enum for the types of polls that I can have. 1 for text, 2 for image. And say enum poll type already exists. Oh, I think that it's creating, it must be creating a table for that enum. Let me see. What database tool can I use? What is that one that I got post ago? I don't even, yeah, I do have it on this computer. All right. No, that's an old thing. All right, let me just do it from the terminal. That would be easiest. Let's, oh yeah, my server's already stopped. Okay, let me do pSQL, Postgres, and then I can do, let me see, Postgres, what am I gonna, oh yeah, I can do this. Oh, tuples. Oops. Me is off. Never done that before. Okay. So let me go up and see what DT. Did not find any relations. So maybe L? Yeah, okay. This talks about my different things. So I'm gonna get pipe holes. So let me do, what is it? Use? Okay, yeah. So now I'm using that. Now I can use DT, I think. So schema public Alembic version. Yeah, so the only table I have right now is that Alembic version table with migrations. So I don't have any other tables right now. So I'm wondering why. Okay. Why am I getting this error? Okay. Upgrade head. I'm getting Sql create poll type as enum. Let me cycle pg2 errors, duplicate error, poll type already exists. Okay, let me copy this error. And type in Alembic. And of course, poll type is just for my application. How to use existing Postgres enum in Alembic. So this worked the first time I ran it, but now it's saying that it's a duplicate poll type. So the built-in enum type of Sql Alchemy doesn't support create type. You can use the enum from Postgres dialect, which support create type equals false. Okay, what am I using right now? I'm using enum. Oh, I'm just importing enum. So okay, I could try that. Let me keep looking and see if there's anything else. Here we go. I think this is what I want. Is the code pointing to the correct database? Yes. So Alembic is getting the database string from this alembic.ini file. And this is the database, and it worked last time, so I know this is the correct string here. I have some migrations and try to run Alembic upgrade head up to date. Okay, so they're having the same issue that I'm having. You need to go to your migration folder or Alembic and edit the last migration script by removing the script for creating the table. Wait, okay, remove the script and edit the last migration script by removing the script for creating the table in the upgrade function, and remove the reverse task in the downgrade function. You can do that automatically by using the include object. Okay, so I guess a callable function which is given the chance to return true or false for any object. I don't know if that's exactly what I want. Alembic create table. Check if table exists. I wonder if I just got rid of those two fields. No, I already dumped my tables though, so I have to create them again. Fetch table values using Alembic and update to another table. Okay, someone's asking if they already have a database, how to start using Alembic. Alembic revision. Oh, so you can auto-generate a migration. That's interesting. All right, anyway. Yeah, I'm really not sure how to fix this. Let me try searching Google as a last resort. Yep, I got a couple different answers. The quick fix is to edit the migration file and add create type equals false. That's kind of the dirty way, I think. And I'm guessing I would add that to the class here. Or do I pass it into the function? Okay, this isn't exactly what it's doing. Enum already exists, a migration error. Since you already have a status enum. Wait, is this Ruby? This isn't even Python. Oh, okay. Solution is extremely straightforward. All right, so I think I need to try to do. Where is it now? Where's batch? Okay, I need to try to use create type somewhere. And I think it must be here. Maybe? So I pass in polls, and then I have a named argument, and then I'm basically giving it all of the different columns that I want. I mean, I can try it. You know, R, no. My friend Brian Jenks, I don't know if you know him, but he does some R streams, I think. He's a data scientist. I'm not a data scientist. Wait, what am I doing? Alembic alias. Oh, that's weird. Positional argument. Oh, yeah. I should put that at the end. Okay, let me try this. Nope. I wonder if I have it on the wrong place. Let me search for this. So create type. It's somewhere in this documentation. Nope, it's not. It's not. Let me search in the docs. Quick search. Create type. No? Nowhere? Okay, Alembic create type. Okay, Olympic create table, checkup table exists. So I guess they're doing the create type here. Wow, this is a lot of text walls. Okay, I can't read that. Okay, create type equals false on Postgres enum is not propagated. So they're doing the same thing as me. Postgres.enum create type. Oh, okay, so you're passing it into the enum, which, okay, so it's totally the wrong place. So say enum. Oh, Sql Alchemy. Yeah, so I am using Sql Alchemy's enum. So that one post said that maybe I should be using Postgres enum because I can use create type equals false. Okay, so maybe I need to do that, but then I need to import Postgres. Sql Alchemy. Where do I import Postgres from? Let me see. Postgres.enum. Let's do Python. Oh, enum. Python. Okay. Sql Alchemy. All right. Here's PostgreSQL.enum, and then passing it the different enum status, and then one named argument. Okay. So where is this? I want to know where the import's coming from. I guess I could import PostgreSQL. I should already have it installed. Yeah, okay. All right, so maybe at the top here, I can just import PostgreSQL. And now I can do PostgreSQL.enum here. And maybe I can pass in. Can I still pass in a class here? Maybe. Let's see. And this will be create type equals false when I'm creating the enum. Okay, well, let me try it. Let me try running this again. Oh, no module named PostgreSQL. So I'm wondering if they're importing from a different library. Let me see. Import. They're not showing an import for it. Okay. Well, in my PyProject file, I have psychopg, and that should depend on, I mean, I'm not going to look through my whole poetry lock, but that should depend on Postgres. Let me look for Python. Does anybody know Python Postgres package? PyPostgreSQL. Import. Okay, this is what it must be doing. Okay, this is interesting. README. let me... But I guess if I'm only using it for that. But anyway, this is only in my migrations, so... okay. The PyPostgreSQL is a Python 3 package providing modules for working with Postgres. Primarily a high-level driver for querying databases. For high-performance async interface, and then there's another async version. It does not have support for that. Okay. I'm just going to try this because why not? I have like 10 minutes left. So I do need to Poetry install it though. Poetry add PostgreSQL. And then I can import this Postgres. Yeah, I'm creating some technical debt for myself right now. All right, 25, are these real seconds? They seem to go fast. 30 seconds, all right. Now it's writing my poetry lock file, installing, and yep, it added it as a dependency. All right, so now if I do Olympic, oh, it has no attribute enum. So that must be the wrong package then. I really don't know where it's coming from. I have to do some research. Poetry over pip. Yeah, so Poetry has quite a few features, including automatically using the standard pyproject.toml file and adding my dependencies and versions here, so there's no pip freeze in a regular text file. And of course, this is a standard file, just for Python in general. But Poetry generates this file for me and adds dependencies, and also has a good system of handling pure dependencies in the lock file as well. Yeah, so I've really liked working with Poetry. There are other things you can use as a bunch of features like the virtual environments, but it's so easy to set up a virtual environment with one of the built-in ones now, since like whenever it was added sometime in Python 3. So I just usually use the regular Python virtual environment. All right. Okay, so I need type title. Yeah, I don't know. So Postgres doesn't, all that package install was for nothing. But I mean, I can try again. So I can try Sql Alchemy.enum, but people were saying it doesn't have this create type on it. So, but why not? All right. Poll type already exists. Oh, okay. PostgreSQL. I gotta find out. So PostgreSQL create type. Let's see, Python. Where is that coming from? What package is that? Support for the PostgreSQL database. Okay. Oh, is it coming from Psycho PG2? Unicode. I'm gonna search create type. Oh. dialect. Okay. So I can import PostgreSQL from Sql Alchemy dialects. That's where it comes from. Okay. So this was all wrong, and I need to uninstall that package. Let me do a poetry uninstall real quick. Poetry delete? No. Remove? No. Okay, what is it? Let's see. Poetry remove package. Oh, I guess I could have done poetry help. I'm just going to look at the poetry API. All right, remove. Okay, so there is a remove command. Poetry remove package name. Okay, poetry remove. No, wait. Stop. Let's see. Poetry. Let me just grab the exact thing. Pi poetry. There, or Pi PostgreSQL. Okay, so now let me move that. Okay, good. So I removed that, and now I already have it, Sql Alchemy.dialects. So let me import that here. Import from Sql Alchemy.dialects. Import. Oh, it already knew. Okay, there. So let me do it as PG. Why not? Everything else is 2 letters here. Okay, and now I'll do PG and then create type equals false. Okay, let's try this. Oh, Sql Alchemy dialects PostgreSQL has no attribute enum, but it does. PostgreSQL enum. Then what is this? That's enum, isn't it? Oh, it's capitals. So maybe I'm just spelling it wrong. Yeah, I don't need to import it, but I'm just getting the PostgreSQL from dialects. I guess I could do like PG equals that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's all capitals enum. So I think that's where my error was. Oh, now Sql Alchemy is not defined. Oh, yeah, because I called it SA. That's why. All right. Yay, it did it. Yes. Although I do think this is like a temporary fix, but we'll see. Yes, okay. So I finally have my tables, and I didn't even get to run my database that I've been setting up, because I was going to do, so my Pydantic models here, created at, yeah, so I don't want created at, because that's just going to be, oh no, this is a get, so undo, All right, so when they get the information, I want them to be able to see the created app value. Yeah, so I'm not even sure if this is correct, but we'll see. Poll, oh, this will be poll type. Oh no, I didn't do that in my migration. I just have type here. Oh well, I'll just use type. Type, and then in my models, yeah, I'll change that to type. Okay, so that's fine. I'm going to try to go to my, oh yeah, I need to make a query first before I can do anything. So import, I need to import the models in the schema. I need session. And I'm just kind of putting a bunch of stuff in my main Py file right now. But wait, oops, undo. What just happened there? Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but that's fine. And I need to import my models that I just made. So let me, from, let's see, db.models import, oh, that's the first time I've ever seen that. Kite said I used too much this morning already. All right, that's fine. Maybe I'll get a Kite Pro. I don't even know if they have Pro. Yes, they must. So db.models import, oh yeah, models. Okay, so import models and then get user. So yeah, let me just define get users. Let me define some user functions like this. And create user. Okay, so I'll just put them here and then put them somewhere else later. All right, so DB, where is DB coming from? Model schemas. Oh, yeah. Okay, from here. User ID. So if I want to get user by ID, I need to pass in the user ID, models.user.id. I think that's fine. Email seems to be fine. This get users. This is the first one I'm going to test. Oh, okay, cool. They have pagination already. db.query models.user. So I already have that. Offset limit all. Cool. So I'm going to try to use get users now and skip the other things. So models.base. So importing models. I'm just putting my CRUD inside here, so that's fine. And let me do this, I guess. So models.base.metadata.create all. So that should, oh, this is actually before the, oops. All right, let me copy that again. Okay, and FastAPI. And now I'm going to try to get users. I'm going to try to use something like this. So read users. I guess the function name here doesn't matter. I do have an endpoint for this already, so here. So let me just compare. So right now, oh yeah, I pretty much have nothing here. Just async def root users. So I guess I'm not using async in my database anyway. So I'm not going to be doing that here, but yeah, maybe I'll figure out how to make these or use different async functionality in here later. So read users, I'm going to say get users. I just like the term better. So app.get users, response model equals list. So I think base model. Okay, I think I need to import list from Pydantic. Or wait, where's my... Yeah, I think I do. Let me see here actually. Oh, from typing import list. That was it. Okay, so I don't need it from this. From typing. Okay, so I don't have that imported, so let me do that. From typing import list. Okay. And schemas.user. Okay, so I don't have a schemas file, but the user schema that it's pointing to is here. Okay, so get users, and let me just see if this breaks when I run it and start there. Oh yeah, if I don't have create user, how can I add users to the database? Okay, so I do need to have a post then for create user. So let me actually add that as well. Let's see. CRUD get user by email function. Oh, get user. So that's broken too. I need to fix that. All right. Because I don't have a CRUD file. All right. Gonna get rid of this. And this is just pointing to user. This is a lot of things. Okay. So what is getDB? Oh, okay. This is a session local. Where is session local coming from? Oh, session local import from database. Okay, so I do need to import these though. Definitely. Oh, and getDB. So let me just, let's see. Yeah. Get rid of the duplicate. GetDB. Let's see. Let me put it here. That's fine. And now, oh yeah. So from DB and DB, it's db.db. Oh well. Not a great naming convention, I guess. So db.db import session local and engine. And so now I actually have the engine and session and stuff. Okay. So I think this might work. Oh yeah, I do need the create function though. Create user. And I'm going to have to update it. So I'm going to put this with my CRUD operations here. And let's see, db.add. db, yeah, these are getting passed in here. Okay, so db user equals models.user. So this is just, oh yeah, it is models.user because I'm importing models. And then I don't need the password. Create user. I do need a username though. Username equals user dot username. All right. Now let's see. I need to run this with poetry. Okay. No module named db.database. Let's see. From database import base. This is in db models.py. Okay, so I must have just done the wrong import. Let's see. Models from database. Oh, from DB. Yeah. There we go. So schemas is not defined in my main.py file. Oh, right. So let me just search this file for schemas because it's not in a separate file. It's just in this file. So I have to get rid of that. Now let me see what other errors I get. Oh, are there more errors? Schemas. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh. User create. Okay, so this create user function is expecting me to have a user create class here. So I need to do another like user create class that extends the base model. And I'm not going to worry about the timestamps right now because these are generated by default. So don't need to worry about those. However, I will need to do this. So this has to be after my class is defined, or else it's going to be undefined. So, oops. There we go. All right, so create user. I think that's it now. Let me see. Oh, depends is not defined. I'm not importing depends from anywhere. And that should be directly from FastAPI. That was one interesting thing about FastAPI is that it does dependency injection I read about. So basically, let's see, where's depends? Oh, right. So here at users, it's doing dependency injection for the database into this function, which is interesting. Yay, it's running. Sweet. All right, I have like one shot at this before I have to get back to work. So I have my Swagger here, my Swagger docs, and I have create user. Let me try it out. Username, let's do Gwen F. String Gwen at example.com. Did it work? Looks, nope, 500 error. Wait. Successful response? Oh, are those the history? Oh, I guess these are old responses. Oh well. Because it's green, so it feels weird that there's a 500 error. Oh, CRUD is not defined. CRUD.getUser.email. Alright, so let me try again. Alright, my server restarted, so I can just hit execute again. 500. Class after both dependent classes have been defined. Wait, what file is this? Traceback. Let's see. Sql Alchemy, when initializing mapper class user, expression on poll failed to locate a name poll. If this is a class name, oh, I think what I needed to do here, let me go to models. So it's complaining about this relationship here. And I think this relationship is supposed to be the table name. So polls, oh no. Now it's confusing because it's also the name of this, but I think that's what it's going to be. So users and polls. Let me try this. Execute. Okay. Relationship of polls expects a class or mapper argument. Okay, so I think singular was right. Let me execute one more time. And okay. Consider adding this relationship to the class after both dependent classes have been defined. That's really weird because in here, I have to get off in a second. In here, let's see, let's go back to the models. By the way, this is in the FastAPI docs, what I'm reading right now. How to set up the database with FastAPI and Sql Alchemy, basically. And, okay, go up to models. Okay, here are the models. So, it is defining a relationship. Import relationship. Okay, so I'm importing everything. Oh, okay. So I'm actually not doing the right thing here and making it lowercase. Relationship to poll, and this is relationship to user. So it wasn't referencing the right class. It has to be the class name, I guess. So let me go back to Swagger. Check out my, I'm going to send another post to users. Another internal service error. CRUD is not defined. I gotta search my main py file for all of this. CRUD.create user. I have to put those in another file at some point anyway. Alright, execute again. Please. Please work. Now it's hanging. Alright, internal service error. Maximum recursion depth. Alright, this is a completely different issue. While getting the string of an object. Okay, I'm going to have to research this issue some more. For right now, I'm going to push version. Yeah, I'm going to push what I have done so far. Commit-m added Sql Alchemy setup. Okay. Yeah, so I'll push what I have so far and figure out what that recursion error is. I'm guessing, yeah, it might just be easier if I split this file up, because now I have so many different things going on in my main.py file. So I think that's what I'm going to do next time. All right. But it is almost working. It's like somewhere on the verge of working. And once I get, my first API working, I figure it'll be easier to add the rest of the CRUD operations, the other API for polls, and then I can start doing the more advanced features. So again, if you're curious about the repo, I just pushed to it. It's this Python polls repo using FastAPI. Another stream on Python this morning. So I'm going to be working on the same Python polls app that I've been figuring out over the last couple streams. So there's the repo basically in GitHub, and if you want more information about it, you can kind of read the README. There was quite a bit of planning and setup involved, so you can kind of see what the project's all about there. And then also there's a project board on the GitHub. So if you go here, there's dev tasks, and you can see there's the backlog and the to-do columns for items. All right, so I basically, I've been working on the database and models. So I'm going to pull this one to in progress, create models for user and poll. Now the code, so I already opened up the code. I'm already in my virtual environment as well. So I basically, if you look, so I have Olympic here. My migrations are working just fine. The database, I have the database, here's the basically the Sql Alchemy setup with Postgres. And then, and this is the connection string. I already know this works because it works for my migrations as well. And then I basically have my whole app in this main.py file. I have FastAPI, which is the Python framework. I have some other helpful Python libraries and Sql Alchemy. And then I'm importing my models here. Let's see. Oh, I guess I should be importing user and poll because I'm importing from DB. Let's see. Okay, I have my init.py, so I'm importing from the DB folder, and then the models, and then I need to import user and poll. So it's probably the next thing I need to do. I'm not sure why I'm trying to import it like this. So let me import user and poll. All right, by the way, if you're just joining, again, here is the GitHub repo for this Python app. And let's see, I got user and poll. So basically all I need to do is get rid of the models dot here now. Select all of those. Wait. Oh yeah, that's good. And that should work. I'm not referencing it
Oh yeah, I am. Never mind. Let me search. Is there any more models? Models dot base. Where am I getting the base from? So from the models file. Oh, okay, I'm importing it from DB. So I could just import it from DB, import base. I think that I will. That might make sense since that's where it's coming from. Yeah, from db.db, import session local, which is session local and engine. So I might as well import base as well. So let me get that base. And there we go. All right, session local, engine, base. I think that's good. And then I have these 3 queries here: get users by email, and get users by email, and get users. So I basically need to connect this to one of my endpoints. So here, I'm trying to create a user. So I'm saying db underscore user equals user, and I create it with the email. Let's see, let me look at my model. So here's my user model. I need the email, username, and then these should be auto-generated. I just put defaults for those, so they're not required. And then there's a relationship to poll. Well, actually, poll has a foreign key to a user, so I don't need to worry about that. So really, it's just email and username I need for right now. So I'm passing in email and username, db.add. One second. Oh, this is just the function. For some reason, it's separate from the other places. Okay, so here I have app.post, and I can create a user. I have user db session. This all looks good. I believe I'm going to get an error though. Let's see. I'm running my server with a poetry command, and I'm using Uvicorn, which seems to be the recommended one across FastAPI. So let me try running that. Oh, I cannot import name user from db.models. Wait. Oh, because it's okay. db.models and then the folder inside. Okay. So I actually have to reference, the file models. So let me do that. All right. This is kind of weird. db.db and then models.models. Yeah, I guess I'll fix that later. All right, so my server's running okay. So let me try going to localhost. Let's see, where is it? 8,000? Okay, good. So I have my ping endpoint, and now I can go to docs, and I have the Swagger docs. They're different. I've used Django REST Framework quite a bit. I don't think I've used FastAPI enough yet, but for lighter weight stuff, I definitely like FastAPI if I don't need an admin interface. The Django ORM, though, is so convenient that it's already set up, and I'm just getting used to setting up this with Sql Alchemy. So yeah, it's definitely a bit more setup, but I think once I get the hang of it, it's going to be really nice. Like, I'm going to want to use FastAPI. I love the basically creating classes and using the type system and all of this stuff. I love that. I mean, not classes, but I mean, I guess classes for your data types, like what you expect to get from the API. I think this is definitely much cleaner and less verbose than using Django REST Framework. Did not know Swagger. Yeah, Swagger package and all the, pretty much everything, all the different documentation types, yeah, are available in Python. FastAPI is nice because it sets that up for you. So it sets up Swagger, and then it sets up one other type of documentation here. I think it's Redox. Something else. Yeah, but there's two different types of API docs that it sets up for you. Hey, Vincent. You use JWT to handle authentication? You know, I assume so. I use JWT in Flask apps, which, you know, it wasn't that hard to set up. So I assume that it's pretty much the same in FastAPI, but I haven't gotten there yet. So maybe they have a library that makes it even easier. I don't know. All right, so that's get users. I don't have any users to get yet. So let me post a user, try to create a user. Oh, I have to click try it out first. Is there a package for OpenAPI with FastAPI? I'm not sure. Let's see, Gwen at example.com. Execute. Yeah, okay. Internal server error. Let's see. Exception ASGI application, and then invalid request error, SQL expression column or mapped entity expected. Got class main.user. SQL expression column or mapped entity. Where is this pointing to? Let's see. Trying to figure out where this is pointing to. Sql Alchemy. So I'm going to copy this. Valid request error, SQL expression column or mapped entity expected. So let me look real quick and take a step through this. So I'm hitting this endpoint, post users, and yeah, why am I doing this on post? I should be creating a new user there. That's weird. Where am I creating a user? Oh, this is just a function to create a user. I have to use this in my endpoint. Okay. So let's see. DB user's fine. Get user by email. So I think I can just do create user. And then do I need to pass in database? I think I can just, oh, I need to pass in the database and the user, which is of type user create, which is a class somewhere. Oh yeah, with username and email. Okay. So that's basically what it's expecting. So I do need to pass in the database. And then I need to pass in the user. Okay. So let's see. Return create user. Oh, that's the same thing that I'm doing here. Email or oh, I'm dumb. Wait. This is checking first if the user exists. And then if the user already exists, it doesn't let them create a new account. That's what it's doing. All right, never mind. Vincent, just curious if you ever used Strappy. Yeah, I like Strappy. I have a video on Traversy Media where I do something, I can't remember what I built, but it was something in Strappy and Vue. All right, so that should work. I guess what it doesn't like, I'm guessing it doesn't like this line, because let's see if I return success. I'm guessing maybe I'm not passing in user properly or something, but let me try to execute again. Oh, there's another error. Okay, so it seems like that had nothing to do with it. Oh well. All right, I'm gonna search for this error. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, UBD. Let's see, FastAPI. All right, Sql Alchemy, invalid request error, Sql expression. Yeah, that's true. It has more to do with Sql Alchemy than FastAPI. Okay, they're getting the same error. And then they have their setup. Let's see. In my case, it threw an error because I forgot to extend from base in the class definition. Record base. Import declarative base. The message says that it's not recognized. Okay. So if I go into my models, I mean, I am inheriting from base, but I'm definitely doing something wrong. According to the documentation, classes mapped using the declarative system are defined in terms of a base class, which maintains a catalog of classes and tables relative to that base. I wonder if it's because I'm importing base from the wrong place? Maybe I should just import it from my models. I'm not sure if that's going to do anything, but let me just execute again on this post. Yeah, still internal service error with the same column. So I have some kind of syntax issue. Let's see. By the way, here's the project that I'm working off of on GitHub. Oh, good morning. View 3 spaced repetition. Cool. Yeah, I kind of miss doing view streams. They're a lot of fun to do. It will be nice when a lot more libraries have upgraded to V3 fully. A lot of them are just coming out in alpha versions and iterating in alpha. Our application docs.sql alchemy. Okay. So let me see. Activating new users results with invalid request error. This is exactly what I'm doing. Oh, that's Apache superset. Let me not look in this. Let's see. Oh, full stack FastAPI Postgres. Oh, this is the same thing someone else is using. Oh, this is the official full stack FastAPI. This is the official Postgres example for FastAPI. So, oh, hey Dex Vinyl, how are you? All right, let me go back to the issue now and read it. So the application crashes at startup. Oh, that's not what I'm doing. Invalid request error when initializing mapper. Oh. Mention this issue. Okay, well, I guess that's not the issue that I have anyway. Relationship venue. I think this is the same thing. Okay, so these people later in the comments are getting the same issue that I'm having. You're taking a data entry break. Please tell me you're not manually entering those thousands of lines of code, or I guess thousands of rows in the database. This is documented in the Sql Alchemy docs at the very end of configuring relationship section. Sure. But it wasn't a bug. I just mistyped the string assigned to the backpopulate argument. Referencing the column in another table, it could be as simple as that. All right. I mean, I do have foreign keys. Oh, I have backpopulate owner and polls. I wonder, is this correct? Let me look at the example actually. Okay, so here's Sql Alchemy, but I think I can look at, nope. No, this one, no, that's not it. I thought I had their project open, but I guess I don't. Port Sql Alchemy. Configuring relationships. Here we go. Relationship. This is what I'm doing here. Relationship poll to the poll model. Backpopulates owner. So let me look for back. Nope. Oh, I'm in a legacy version of the docs. So let me release date. Oh, that's February 1st. So this must be somewhat up to date. That was just like a month and a half ago. All right, so if I search for backpopulate, in the relationships API, backpopulates takes a string name and has the same meaning as relationship.backref, except the complementing property is not created automatically. Instead, it must be configured explicitly. The complementing property should also indicate relationship.backpopulates to this relationship to ensure proper functioning. Okay, what about relationship.backref? We'll handle indicates the string of a property name to be placed on the related mapper's class that will handle this relationship in the other direction. The other property will be created automatically when the mappers are configured. So I wonder, this is how it seems to usually be done in schemas. Oh, it's actually for a test site. Fine-tuning. Okay, good. All right, so I'm wondering if I got rid of this row and then I just added a back ref here on poll. Because really, it's only when I create poll that I want to have a relationship with user, when I create a poll. I don't know. Let's see. Creates a back reference. Item relationship. Oh, backref equals backref. Well, maybe I don't even have the correct syntax here. Back populates polls. Yeah, let me try this. Okay, so if I have backref and relationship with user, backref polls, lazy, don't need that. Where do I import backref from? Oh, it's a Sql Alchemy.orm .backref. Okay, so I have relationships, so I can import backref as well. All right. Okay, so my application restarted just fine. Now let me try to execute this again. Oh, it's another error. SQL expression column or mapped entity expected got class main.user in relationship. Main.user. So it's complaining. Let's see, user here. User. So I have user.email, and yeah, I should have this. Wonder if it's complaining about. It's got to be complaining about, yeah, it's failing on this somehow. So db and email user.email. And if I go to the create user function up here, or no, the get user function, db query user. Okay, dot filter user.id equals user. Oh, I'm not even passing in the right thing. Oh, I'm doing get user by email. Never mind. Never mind. I'm doing email. So something's wrong with this, I guess, with the user that I'm importing. Poll back populates owner. Pulls.